okay. All right. Sorry, give me a second. Just checking everything real quick. Cool. Mm. All right. Looks like everything is running okay. Sorry, checking something real quick. Cool. Everything looks good. All right. How does my... Oh, my voice sounds... Let's drop it down like 5%. All right. That'll do. Cosmic Gear 20X9. Determined to defeat Samus and the Galactic Federation, Silex and his army of space pirates launches a series of attacks. Toon Fam, what's up? Being controlled by Metroids that have the ability to fuse with other life forms and control their minds. On planet Tanamar, another Federation research facility is being attacked. Received distress call, dispatch Samus, who is on a reconnaissance mission nearby. Chicken, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. So Monday, had to work today. Sadly, nothing too exciting. Actually, no, not sadly. Luckily, nothing too exciting. Yeah. A normal, average, boring day of work. Which is what we want. Because I don't have to put out fires. Okay, we'll say this looks beautiful. You made something really unique? What did you make? Now it's Tuesday, still technically Monday for me. It's only 8:11 p.m. It's 11 in the morning for you? You gotta stop living in the future, man. I like how they're not questioning that I'm just here.
Artifact is at risk. We need immediate. Samus, you made it. Command needs you to secure a sensitive artifact. Uploading coordinates now. When you're ready, scan the door and head through.
All right, so it teaches about scanning. This is Metroid Prime 4. Area map acquired. Okay, so we are heading for the hangar. We gotta secure the artifact. How do we... ZL. Is it fun? I'm hoping. This is the very beginning of it. It looks amazing so far. Y for Morph Ball. Nothing there. You give me a like? Hey, thank you. Oh. That's a big... What the fuck? You know what? Okay. I think I gotta up the sensitivity for the turning speed. Hold to track pickups. Got it. Oh, that's a nice thing.
Hey, somebody get command of the horde. We need orders.
What pickups am I trying to attract? Can I... Okay, I might have to fuck with the Joy-Cons for this one. Let's see. Brighten audio. No. Oh, wait. That was it. Wrong thing. Let's try 50. A little bit better. Okay, morph ball bomb. Oh, they're just going batshit crazy. All right, we get an energy tank.
Get the artifact into the hangar now! Providing cover! Friendly, check your fire! All clear.
Can we
halt this line because there's nowhere else to go.
Ooh, okay, so I gotta be scanning more. Hold on, I'm scanning shit.
Safety.
What else can I scan in here? Please tell me it says dead Galactic Federation trooper. Oh, no life signs detected. Okay. I was like, can I scan the... Can I scan the thing? Oh. Avi, what's up? How you doing? Did Tarkov get a graphics update? No. This is Metroid Prime. The new Metroid Prime. Ooh, okay. So that's, we can enable motion controls.
Careful! I need to secure this thing.
We're out of time. Let's go!
Oh, big boy. Oh, he got fucked. Oh. Oh, what in the fuck is this? Bro and Super Saiyan? Philip, please! Looks like Halo and Doom, but mixed. It does a little bit. Ooh, that's a big butt. Okay. Oh, double press B. Okay. What game is this? This is Metroid Prime 4. It looks amazing so far. Who's this? He went for the artifact. Hey. What did that thing do? Chrono Tower. Okay, so we've lost everything again as the standard Metroid thing. Okay. He has found us worthy. Gotta love how we don't question anything, we just go. Can't scan those. Cannot be identified. Local database contains no matches. Statue of an unknown species. Cool. Okay, we don't pew pew the thing. Got it. Oh. We can scan the bridge. Okay, so we can still morph ball. That's cool. Oh, what are all of these? A slot for storing a mechanoid? Android created using an unknown technology. What are those things? Excuse me, I want to scan it. That's what I thought. Oh, shit. We're just in a place that we have no clue what anything is, and whatever. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Scan the thing. Nothing can be identified. We are lost. We are just going. Do I go down? Oh, we got a thing here. Oh, new friend. Lead the way, Philip. Where you going? Ooh. Can't scan it from here. Ooh. Okay. No, not you. Want to scan that? Ah. Do something to me. What the fuck? It's like they're telling us to, I mean, well, they're telling us to go forward. No clue what these things are. What is this? We're gonna touch it. Oh. Pat, what's up? Chosen one. Our savior. We give you this. Psychic Crystal. Releases the latent psychic powers residing within you and enables interacting with psychic technology using your visor. A to fire a psychic beam. X to switch. Ooh. I'm sorry. So we now have psychic powers. To aid in everyday life, operated via telepathy. Elevator to Chrono Tower Pinnacle, touch the hologram, and just elevator? Elevator. So, Samus gains psychic powers. All right. Oh, this is an arena if I've ever seen one.
Ilante, Enkia, Shatoyan Fulun, Halas, Nachakam, Salam Lamor, Chiola, Shati Hara, Chiatim, Aguntim, Tare, Ish Lamor, Kitlana, Aluti.
However, preserving our history and knowledge for the future, the Lamoran spirit will keep on living.
Shati Haram, Dunshi Zanate, Javirus, Sege Osam, Enkia Richanyo, Enkia Shatasek, Salam Lamor.
Okay.
Astul Charam, Sechana Kalan,
The pinnacle above us.
Eslatin Kinyotara, Sege Osam. Kinshasa, Santio Donitsen, Dojatsin. Ensure Itzin Atikash Amun. Shadi Haram, Turitsen Dinjite. Bachata, Da Shale.
So, okay, nothing else to scan up there. Oh wait, scan this. So, this is more of like a Legend of Zelda beginning. Gather the 5 keys before you start. Pretty, what's up? Woke you up by playing with your feet and you scratched the sole of your foot. Ow. Ooh, what is this? Headed for the Temple of Memory, gaze deeply, listen carefully, calm your mind, and take the first step here. So many things to scan. We got a sickle fly. Item detected within. Okay, so if we can hit that with something hard, like a rocket. Oh, you little... Oh, no, they're back. Wait, what? It will extend thorns... Fuck you. Okay. So is that where we have to go? That tower? Oh, Lamorn, gaze upward and behold the sacred tree, blessed by the Temple of Memory, a shrine that preserves and protects our memories and wisdom. Oh. Big tree. The sacred tree of Lamorn, aged estimated at over 6 millennia. Analysis indicates that it has absorbed and stored massive amounts of psychic energy. Pop a cap in that ass. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get that weak shit out. Ooh. Can it be cleared with standard firearms? Highly flammable and removable using high heat weaponry. Okay. So we have to come back for that. What up, little dude? Gotta scan it first. Come on. Up here, damn it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, do I actually have to lock onto something before I can dash? It's not just a hold button. Okay. Ancient Purification Site. Holds spiritual significance of visiting Lamorn. Structure collapsed due to an earthquake blocking water flow. Open on up! The water's fine! Alright. No, I want to scan that. Immerse your form in the sacred waters. The Temple of Memory shall then bless the purified Lamorn. But we can't. A receptacle for a psychic mote is built into its forehead. Psychic ability seal variant unlocked by placing psychic energy mote spheres into the receptacle. Mote socket. Nope. We apparently don't just start blasting. You're back with another account? Okay, apparently that's not the electric shock that... we're looking for. Do I want to know something? Sure. Okay, so we gotta hit it when it opens up. Got it. Okay. So we still need to find a moat. Got nothing else here. In Malaysia, Garena Delta Force is #1. That's cool. Ooh. A receiver and conductor for psychic energy linked to the gate. Is a teamwork game? Well, I mean, extraction shooters are extremely popular right now. Ooh, what is this? We get the power to fist things? Psychic glove. Remote manipulation of psychic motes and psychic objects. Switch to psychic visor. Hold ZL to grasp a target. Ooh, okay. What's this game? This is Metroid Prime 4. Ah, okay. Very cool. Your phone is lagging? It happens sometimes. From overhead. Oh, an electric shock will activate it. Okay. Well, we don't have any electric weaponry yet. Ooh. Eh? Standing on them requires psychic boots. Got it. All right, so that's where we want to go. Okay, so we came from that way already, so... Pull that. Stores item prepared by the last Lamorn priest to be given to the chosen one. Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, that's cool. Get an energy tank for that. How do I destroy you? Can I not? Oh, to explosive force. We don't have rockets. Galactic Federation distress beacon. Okay. I mean, it has to be that way, right? Oh. Ooh, okay, save point, that's cool. Okay, nothing else to scan there. With explosive force. Okay, so we gotta come back with rockets for that. We need rockets for all of that shit. Come on, open up. Okay, nothing else to scan here. Wait, I want to scan it. Okay, so I ran away. I just want to shoot the thing, man. Is that so wrong of me? Oh. What got our friend? He was just wanting to be a little glowy boy. Okay, so our charge shots can take that out. High heat weaponry. Oh. I'm sorry, little friend. I won't let you be their snack.
Survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so...
Fuck Phil!
Win? Oh. Okay. What? What now?
Like, how much you gotta hate Phil to be happy that you're stuck in the middle of a planet?
Please get me down. I'll just stay right here.
Yeah, see, that's what you get for acting up, man. Ooh, I know how we're gonna get him down. Yeah. Don't worry, bud. We're gonna get you down.
What was that?
Oh, something's not happy that we're doing that.
That did not sound friendly.
Oh, he's in trouble.
I got it.
Oh. Oh no, they don't care about him. Never mind. We're okay. Or he's okay. Hold on, I want to scan you! A jungle griever.
What are these things?
See, Philip, you had to go and make a lot of noise. Bro, there's so much more.
Oh, great job. Now help me down.
You ungrateful piece of shit.
We're good.
Okay.
The suit reminds me of Bumblebee a little bit for some reason.
Thank you, Samus. I'm Specialist Miles McKenzie, Engineer Level 4. I have something for you.
Presents?
I gotta manually override this.
Needs X7 to stick a little. Come on.
There you go, I got you. Press. Ooh, rockets! Okay, so we got our missiles.
Just a little token of my appreciation. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna tag along. So, where to? It might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
Okay, so door there. So does he just hang out with us? What is this?
Samus, please shoot that thing. Won't stop moving.
Oh, it gives us rockets. Ah. He does just hang out with us. Oh, I can scan him. Primarily responsible for golem maintenance. Ah, okay. Cool. All right.
Scan me. What does it say?
Oh, they know. Oh, he even helps fight.
How about we avoid any standing water? Those things seem pretty territorial.
All right, let's do a save.
This technology, it's not as old as the rest of these ruins. What do you think it's doing here?
No idea, but it's there to help me out, so I'm gonna use it. Nothing else there. Oh, there was a statue at like the very beginning, right? Okay, we've got 10 missiles.
Everything in this jungle trying to kill us.
Yes. We're gonna backtrack real quick. Never mind, we're not gonna backtrack real quick.
significance to a creature with a hard shell, you know.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm also not armed to the teeth with missiles, so I don't want to go fucking crazy. Missile expansion. Never mind, we now have 14. I can kind of go a little bit crazy.
Thousands of years old.
Scanner. Balance, what's up? How's it going? This bridge paves the way to the Temple of Memory. Those Lamorn who follow the path will come to the altar connecting the past and the present.
Hey, does that say anything about this place?
To enable its beam sensor, use telekinesis to move the PK stone from the top of the door to the center.
Wait, something's happening.
You're doing good? Hey, glad to hear that.
They really don't want anyone in here. Must be a sacred space.
Ooh. Shows severe damage from seismic activity.
I've never seen anything like this. It's beautiful.
Dude, his eyes are so expressive.
I'm just gonna stay out of your way. You let me know when it's clear. Moving up.
It's okay, buddy, I got you.
Might be able to knock us right off the bridge.
Dude, oh, Mackenzie does have a health bar. Shit.
This is the last stretch. I'm going for it. Cover me. They come.
We need to keep Mackenzie alive at all costs.
That was a close one. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it. Thank you, Samus. I can see the door, Samus. I'm good.
Oh, I thought he was gonna die! Mackenzie, you bastard! Don't you scare me like that.
Now that is a view.
Mackenzie needs to be protected at all costs. Okay, gotta make sure that we don't lose this fucking little bastard.
Place.
The plant motive has sockets for 2 motes.
That one's sealed up tight, huh?
Oh, okay. So we pull mote, throw mote.
I have like it's working.
Activate. Pull mode. Throw mode. Bam. Expert puzzle solver.
It did work.
Oh. Oh, what are you? Dude, they are stacking us up early on. Holy shit. Control beam. Psychic charge beam shots launched while using the psychic visor can now be controlled. Switch to psychic visor, press and hold A or ZR to charge, release the launcher maneuverable. Ooh. What?
You found something for your suit, didn't you?
Oh. Okay. Very cool. I like it. Although, how?
It's opened all by itself.
Okay, so if we tap fire, it will switch us over back to combat. But if we hold, it'll charge. Got it. That one is broken.
No
Oh, big
way.
robot.
A Mark 99 mech? I'd recognize that frame anywhere. Mark 99 mech, this is Samus Aran. Bounty hunter? You know her. She's famous. You look very familiar. Betsy? What are you doing here? I worked on her back at base. I'll take a few scans. Maybe we can come back here and get her.
Oh, please tell me that we get to play with the big robot later on.
She's torn apart. If we can find the missing pieces.
Only extremely powerful
Get
explosives.
her up and running again.
Sir, she is missing a leg.
Poor Betsy.
I mean, I figured that was worth a shot, right? Sir, I need you to stick with the tour guide. Come on. Come on. I am not leaving you behind. You are surviving until the end of the game. Using the machine area, currently inactive. Okay, so we gotta send a control shot through that.
Look at this place.
I just don't know what to wear. How long does this thing last? Does it just keep on? Oh, okay. So it
Planet's tech is a marvel.
will eventually... Oh, and we have a limited number of uses. Okay, but it recharges. That's cool.
Wanna
Good to
poke
know.
around, but decoding the language will take weeks without a translation key.
Don't touch the alien tech, goddammit.
I'm just gonna push buttons and see what happens.
Oh,
See? The button pushing strategy always pays off. But I do not know what to do next. So, Samus, you give it a try? Wait, you can interface with their tech. which means you can understand it, which means you've received translation data, which opens up a world of possibilities. Once I get this working, we can use this tech to our advantage. I just need remote access to your logs. Oh, this data chip. You think it'll work? Wow, that is fascinating. Thank you. We'll put this here. Let's see. This should do the trick. All right, look at that! We got power! Well, one door is still locked, the other one is malfunctioning. Hey, but it's progress! Okay,
He's so positive.
it's gonna take a while to figure out, so I'm gonna stay here if you wanna scout ahead. It's about to get real nerdy in here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It'll take me a while to decode all this.
I like how it still says currently offline when it's clearly online. Activates any link devices when a concussive blast is detected within. No, you don't want that kind of okay. Okay. Oh, wait. I like that you can see Samus's face for like a split second. When you go into your menu.
If the door isn't working on this side, can we interact with it from the other side?
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Well, that's one way to fix it. Good luck out there, Samus.
You don't want to come with me? It'll be fun.
This is one extensive database.
Guess not. All right, let's go. Oh. Oh, we don't have the morph bombs, so can't do anything with that yet. Ooh, what are you? The plant motif designed to unfold. Analysis implies there's a way to trigger it to open. Ooh, hello.
Shadi Haram. Ila Dinji Te Asna. Dinji
The
Gala.
Temple of Memory.
Algodina. Lamorna Las. Indanish Gathalate Sadebelek Anchandivas. Ah, Galis. Shitsamate Maralanka. And Celine Sadebelek Galan.
Born from this tree is the memory fruit.
Shakatun Adebelek.
Will be inherited to the memory fruit. Okay.
Galanshe Kigatha.
For the memory fruit to grow, you must seek the green energy crystals.
Siatin virus. Karawan Gerishakam. Sihalashast. Esh Sakalare. Ashati Haram. Intendina Galanshe. Seke Taram.
Gotta like how we're just told to do this. We don't question it. We just go with it. Okay, so I'm assuming once we get the crystals, right? Like how it says, it can be destroyed with a concussive blast, but a concussive blast does not. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Meow. 3. Got it. What is it gonna take to destroy you, plant? I will find out, and I will break you. Ooh, new statue. Move you. It's a new friend. 100%. Okay, maybe not friend. Okay. Oh, shit! Did I do anything else to trigger the plant to open up? I'm trying to recall if there was anything else that I did. Oh, that's right. We don't have double jump. Fuck me. No. Like, I had to have done something differently. Is it destroying both? Okay, it is. Got it. I understand now. Okay. Come on now. All right. One. Oh, come. The window on that is so small. Bro. Dude. Bro, like the timing to get all three down is crazy. I think I need to do it. How? Like they grow back so quickly. Okay, Plant, please face me from the front so that I can try to destroy you the proper way. Dude, I can't. Like, how can I... Unless I hit the far one first? Like, I get that I need to destroy these bulbs. We destroy all the bulbs, plant opens up. However, respawn time. Dude, okay, hold up. Because it's... Oh. That's right, the thing did kinda... Okay, so... This apparently slows down time. Which is... okay. Okay, now I understand. So I didn't realize that the psychic beam slows down time to a point where it's something that happens like much faster than you realize. I mean, I guess it was kind of implied by the puzzle, but I honestly didn't think about that. Seeing as how I was able to do the second stage normally. Bombs, alright. Psychic bomb. No, can't go that way yet. So we get a teleporter key. Master teleporter key acquired. To activate the master teleporter in Chrono Tower, a total of 5 keys must be collected. Got it.
Samus, do you copy?
What up, yo?
Oh yeah, long-range comms are back online. Oh, did you achieve your objective? There's something I want to talk about. Meet me in base camp?
But first... Ah. What is this way? Damn all you fucking little flies! That's what I thought. Oh, we got a little bomb jump puzzle. Shit. Wait, what? Oh, we go this way. Oh. Get a little shortcut back. Oh. Missiles! Gotta remember to pay attention for all those little bulbs that we can blow up.
Man, they did not design these for humans. Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that? Hey, I'm glad you're back. That data you gave me earlier is really coming in handy. I've been able to translate the Lemorn language. This planet, Viros, doesn't appear on any of the known star charts. Might as well be a ghost. I tried sending out a distress signal, but there is no activity in this sector. It is eerily quiet. We could be anywhere, or we could be nowhere. According to these maps, we shouldn't even be here. From what I gather, the only way off this planet is to retrieve 5 teleporter keys. Now, I'll do some digging to see if there's any way I can support you. Now that our comms are working, we should be able to share data. I can provide you with intel from here. What do you say? Teammates? Excellent. Hey, stay safe out there, Samus. I'll be here if you need me.
All right, we are going to save. And then it's time to suffer. Oh, there's amiibo things that we can get? All right, let's close out. Give me a second. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back then, Tarkov. All right. Keep all of that out of the way. Edit. Okay, that's good. Let me see. It's like music. Hello. All right. Hopefully not too much pain tonight. Okay. So we got our test drive 1 gun back. Ooh, the inventory is sitting rather stuffed at the moment. Moonshine! Actually, don't I need moonshine to make something? Ah, my scav case. Okay. You know what? I will take a moonshine. I want to start another one. Can I? Dude, the inventory is too wrecked at the moment. God damn. Did I play something else before Tarkov? Yeah, we did Metroid Prime 4. I mean, I could fit the DVL or in there. However, what's that? It's the new Metroid Prime game that came out last week. Kind of Sabotage. Oh, this is... I see. But yeah, if you've ever like heard of the Metroid games, it's like the 3D one of that. It's the fourth one that they've made. So that's the new game that's like the new story game that we're gonna be working on for a bit. Okay, so did I did die with it. Okay, fuck me. Signal 3. Okay, so we got that. Can I even carry... Map Genie. It's one. Two. Okay, so we gotta place them, but if we die, it's okay. Okay. Ah, okay. So we get that. We have that. Grenades. That. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Got that. All right, let's warm up with a scav run real quick, and then we go and suffer. Really fucking hoping tonight goes good. Find me a match. Find match, please? A waiting session starts. Come on. "28 minutes. Oh. Okay. What do I got? Bandages and an SJ1. It's gonna be a fun time. Fuck it. Wait. Holy fuck. I'm lost in an IKEA store. Not the back area? That's the back area. Okay. I know where I'm at. Just testing your 5th SIM card in Taiwan? Wait, what do you mean your 5th SIM card? Are you coming through? Yes. What happened to the first 4? They just decide to not work or something? I do need a motor. Boo. Hi. Why didn't he want to talk to me? What an unfriendly person.
Давай, мочи их!
Cheeky breaky friend. Is my mic not working in game? No, it's set to the right one. Lucky jacket. Not lucky anymore. Rip. Thought it was gonna be special. Guess not. Ooh. Still want that lens. Oh. Horse. I do need horse statue. Mm. You know, there is a severe lack of dead either players or scavs in here.
Ничего, неплохой день, да? Фотка.
Mildly disappointed. Knackle. I want the knackle. Mine. Very frustrating when don't get a lot of storage space to work with. Not somebody blasting outside on the other side somewhere. No, that's not inside. That's out. That might be. Man. We're not coming across any bodies to pick up stuff from. We has motor, which I would like to keep. Then I won't have to craft another one. Don't like that. Yeah.
Did you want to take the co-op extract?
Yeah, I'm down. I will bring out knife to show I am of no threat.
It's just right here, I think.
Okay.
Have you taken the co-op extract?
I've actually never done the co-op before.
I think they moved it from the highway over to here.
Oh, did not know that.
Did you need like a drill or anything? Power drill for hideout?
No, I'm actually good on that stuff.
Alright, sounds good, man. It's right here.
Oh, cool. Didn't know that they moved it.
Yeah, thanks for being cool, man.
No problem, man. You take it easy. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh! I've never done this! The levels of trust that must be needed. It's got that is something when you have two players that are just so unsure. I honestly thought that he was just taking me to a corner to kill me. I really thought I was being taken down there so that he was just gonna put me down. I didn't realize that they moved the extract. Dude, I'm telling you, Tarkov has instilled great and deep levels of distrust that I have with a lot of people. Just random strangers on the internet. %100%. Okay, cool. We have space to still put things. Ugh. I am. Okay, so generator 3. So we have remotes, which is the founded raid stuff. But we gotta get mechanic level 3. Once we hit that, we can buy out the rest of the stuff, make our generator 3, and that is that. Mechanic 3. I need player level 30. That seems so fucking far away from me. It's really fucking bad that it seems so damn far away from me. Can I? Where is... What is that? Healthcare privacy? Healthcare privacy part 1. Okay, so for healthcare privacy part 1, we have 2. Okay, so it's the 2 ambulances over here. No. HCP1. I'll tag you orange. Add note. HCP2. Orange. And last one is the ambulance. HCP3. So initial things that we're gonna try to do. I don't have to hit them all on one run, but I have 2 ambulances to tag here, 1 over here. I have 3 markers to place. Bang, what's up? How you doing? That is the plan. Now, how good is the plan going to go? How are Tark things? Just getting started. Did a scav run. I did the ultimate trust test with a PMC, and we did the co-op extract. I didn't realize that they moved it. Yeah, it was a pure thing of trust, right? Like, I'm pretty sure the PMC, like, we had a conversation, but I could feel that the trust wasn't fully there. What reward? It's fucking easy extract, not shot in the face. I got to take a motor out. So I got the third Found in Raid motor that I need for Generator 3. I don't think you get a fence reward for it. I believe it gives you more rep, possibly. Right? Oh, wait. Oh! Nice job. Oh. What? Never mind, I take it back. You do get stuff. I mean, hell, I'll take an armored rig any day. Now, while the armored rig is good and all, there is a minor downside to getting this as well. In the sense of I have no fucking space to put shit. Other than that, you know, not too bad. I didn't realize that you get stuff for doing co-op. And the dude was kind of nice too. Like, he didn't shoot at me, he just called out. He's like, hey, are you a player, Scav? I was like, oh, all right. All right, so we ensure that. We ensure that. Everything on that's insured. All right. All right. Fingers crossed that we have a decent raid. He did ask if I needed like an electric drill. He was like, do you need anything? Do you need like an electric drill? But honestly, getting an easy extract and him not killing me was honestly like, that already was like fucking worth it. All right, so I'm also still trying for, what is that? I'm also still trying for the test drive part 1. I hate it. It's frustrating. I still only have 1 kill on the PvP side. I got test drive 1 on the PvE side, and I was trying to work on it, and apparently there is a glitch when you're doing solo raids. Like, so when you're there's a small glitch when you're doing solo raids on, what is that, on customs, where the goons can spawn. Yeah. I got killed by Big Pipe on customs. I wasn't expecting that. Not on customs. Or if they can spawn, that was the first time I've ever seen them spawn. Because I always thought that they're on Lighthouse, Woods, Shoreline. Lighthouse, Woods, Shoreline. Really? So they're Oh, they can. Sometimes 100% in PvE. I didn't realize that they could spawn there. So do they just spawn? Do they just spawn on anything with a Ruaf extract? Oh, we're here. I didn't realize. Like, I thought they just could spawn on 3. I gotta go to tunnel. I gotta mark the 2 ambulances there. I don't like that I've lost sight of him. I'm in a bad spot. Arena's too OP. It's pretty fun. Somebody off to my fucking left. Damn it. Oh, wait, how did... All right, well, that was that guy that I hit, that I had hit. He's also working on the same shit that I am too. Oh, fuck me. Like, I didn't want to push forward because I had the guy that I initially saw off to the right. Fucking shit, man. Alright. I mean, on the plus side, we just got that, so we can go and lose this now. That in there, that in there. Do I only take that in? Those... Did I? I did. That back to there. Like, I need to be more patient when I'm taking shots. I probably could have played that much better had I anticipated that the ammo that I would have been using would have just, you know, dinked off of his fucking helmet. I look different? No? I mean, at least I don't think so. Did I shave? Yeah. The haircut, probably? I have a hat on. What are you talking about? Oh, we're here. What's new? Not too much. Gave up on Arena Breakout, picked up Tarkov. Trying not to go crazy playing this. Thanksgiving? It went pretty good. Just cooked and relaxed, really. How was yours? So I try to be paranoid in 360-degree direction. Good? Hey, glad to hear that. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm casually strolling through an open field. Fucking fingers, toes, and everything else that can be crossed is crossed, hoping that I don't immediately get picked off. Because, you know. Do I like football? A little bit. I'm not a super hardcore fan. My favorite team? I don't really have a favorite team. Like, I'll watch every once in a while, but I don't have a team that I cheer on. Dino, what's up? We're not seeing any blobs moving around. Haven't heard any gunfire. Is Delta Force a good extraction shooter? It's okay. People have mixed opinions on it. A big thing with Delta Force is all the abilities and stuff that a lot of people are really mixed about. Hey man, what's up? How you doing? There's some good extractions on Delta. Nice. Other Danix key? What the hell? Well, I mean, everybody's gonna like what they like, right? It's like how some people enjoy Arena Breakout, but they don't want to touch Tarkov. Right? Yep, struggling with Test Drive 1. It also doesn't help that this is my first real push into PvP, and I'm solo. So, you know. There's some struggling happening. Can't play with randoms. There's no queue to put you in line to match with randoms. Like, you can put that you're searching for a raid, and then if people want to let you in, they can, but even then, like, it's not a good idea. I also need to mark the fucking ambulances. But yeah, no, like, Arena Breakout makes things extremely simple. Like, when they call it Tarkov Light, they're being rather generous. How many teams? I think it's up to a certain number of players. But it'll vary on map to map. I gotta go to that metal staircase outside. Shiny. Okay. So we have the 2 ambulances by tunnel to mark. And then we're just going to take tunnel extract. Since for both, I need to survive an extract to actually complete it, I believe. The thing that makes me paranoid is that there's just so much fucking shit to absorb. There was somebody up there. I don't know if they're going past the shoreline or fucking tunnel. Plant that. We hang out for 30 seconds. Like 15. All right. We got them completed. See, like, it sucks even more when it's like when it specifically quests that when you place the markers, it gives you the extra thing of now you need to survive an extract. And it's ones like that that just make me even more fucking paranoid, and I hate that. Like, even if it's just one of those things that it's like, yeah, I can go back in and extract again, right? It's still just the fact that I have to... It just places that additional pressure on you. It's like, hey, good job on doing the first part. Now get out alive. So that is healthcare privacy 1. Signal 4 is done. Weather station on Woods. Oh, wait. Actually, no, for the ZB14. Just in case. I mean, we can go to Woods and work on that. Steady signal. Let's see. Hide all spawn extracts. So this is all the... Do I like Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders is okay. Is Tarkov the king of extraction shooters? Tarkov is the first, like, Tarkov started everything. Like, Tarkov brought the attention to extraction shooters. That. And by the lake, we have my favorite one. There is one here. Then we have our 5th one close to UN. Spawn that rocket somewhere in this area. But yeah, Tarkov was the very first game to actually make an extraction shooter, or to be an extraction shooter. So that's kind of its thing, and everybody has been loyal to the game for that. All right. That. I'm pretty sure we didn't get markers for that. All right, so we got 5 markers. Now we must go to woods. Get items, power on. That's going. If I can try to hit 30 tonight, like I do want to get mechanic to press, or to 3, then we can do our next hideout upgrade. All right. Do I have anything else on woods before I do this? I don't think we're gonna do survivalist path. And I don't know about supply plans. I already need to work on being able to pick out players and actually land shots. Waiting session start. I'm really hoping I'm either close to UN roadblock or outskirts. Because if we're on the northern side of the map, we'd probably have to do this in 2 separate trips. And that's honestly kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, score. It sounded like I heard rustling for a split second and I got paranoid. We got one! Let's go! Yeah, he was shooting at somebody else. That was in the camp. So we gotta go into the hills behind Sniper Mountain. Oh. ZB-13 smoke. So we gotta go to the backside of the mountain. That was a tree. Got a plane coming in. That's 2 down, 3 more to go. Dude, I'm just trying to listen for fucking anything at this point. It's like, I don't know where people want to fucking hide in here. Like, it's also stuck in my head that most players in the game aren't fucking Chads sprinting all over the fucking place either, right? We should be coming up to the... next area soonish? Okay, yeah. This is where we killed the other guy. $16. Like, I just want to notice fucking blobs running. Hear shots or anything. Like, something to give me some sort of info, you know? Okay, it should be coming up over here somewhere. There it is. Since we're here, I want to stop by this spot to check something. Then we're going to backtrack around.
Давай, блядь, мерцащий мир!
Some dino. Okay, so now we go for the edge of the map. Made it to the hotel. Nice, you're alive. Okay, so what was up with the SIM cards? You said it was like your 5th one that you're testing out or something? I apparently just scared the shit out of him. Okay, that man's unstoppable. How are the runs going? Still nerve-wracking. But doing okay. Yeah, I'm in their Discord. I really should bother them because I think they are playing right now too. Oh, there it is. They're Hawaii based? Ah, okay. That does make things much easier. I've become highly aware that I do not see the explosive signs. No. That's in sniper territory. Am I okay? Extremely paranoid. Not even gonna bother. a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Where is this thing that I'm looking for? There it is. Not that. Song SH A Boom is a good? Cool. Okay. Oh, we did it. And we also got the survivalist path thing done too. Two quests completed. Oh, stress. We got one kill with a headshot, but the bigger thing, we completed two quests. Okay. You mechanic task, steady signal is done. Jaeger, survivalist path, tough guy is done. Find and transfer. Courtesy visit. PMC operatives with headshots while suffering from the tremor effect. Oh, fuck you. Scavs between 21 to 0400 without using NVGs or thermals. How the fuck you gonna pull that off? Alright, give me a second. I'll be back. I gotta use the bathroom. Shit. Bro, I need space. Is there anything that we can stash in? Okay, so the moonshine's going there, since we're not going to need that for a bit. Water in there. Ragman. So that. What is this? Antique base. Is that used for anything? Oh, it is used to... Actually. Oh, after completing this task. Oh, fuck me. But we can buy it. So, I mean, I could just sell the vase. I don't fucking need it. Hey. $42. Okay. That can't go on anything. MDR, traders, you. Get rid of those. Can use that. Blicky. Does he take the... He does, but only 5k. So the bucks, 553, 5531. We need to spend more at mechanic anyways. Blicky that. That's there. Ragman wants 32. Those. VK16. RFB. Fuck it. I mean, we can keep it as a gun that we can fuck with later. Although at this point, we don't really need guns that we can fuck with later, right? Drink that. Still more meds in there. Strike helmet. One of these days, we'll get a giant ass case so that I can fucking have everything actually organized. Contacts. Who are you? CBR. This. Drop you in there. This can hold more. Boxes of ammo. Get 20-round magazines. Fuck that shit. Get rid of those. Ooh. And throw you in there. That. And that. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. That actually condensed it down. Take these out, place it with that. Since other items will be easier to manage. Cool. We pull that out. Tags. Droppy there. Wallet. Johanna, what's up? How you doing? Welcome back. Let's see. We're good on that. We will take... We'll throw beer in there. And can of Sprats. Chris, what's up? How's it going? Let's see. Take the RFB out. We have space. That. It's going. Been a minute since you've been in the stream. Yes, this is Tarkov. I have given up on Arena Breakout. I have zero faith that the game is going to get better. And I have turned to the light side and have started to play Escape from Tarkov. Or I hate myself. It's honestly one or the other. Just didn't seem appealing. Yeah, because I mean, you do the same thing over and over again. And you're not doing it for any specific reason. Right? Like, the big question of why. Like, what is your goals? What are you shooting for in Arena Breakout? And it's just to get more Cohen. For what? There's no leaderboard. Yeah, the game has nothing besides stack money. And while that works for some players, there's many others that don't buy into that, and I am happy and proud of the people that don't buy into that. All right, so supply plans, we still have that. We have a lot of shit to do on streets. Shoreline, courtesy visit, healthcare privacy part 2. Hey, thank you for the fest gear. I appreciate it. Reserve. I know for the medical records, I need keys. Hermit lights. Find the informant's briefcase. You played Tarkov once, you don't know anything about it? Oh, no. I'm looking up stuff on the wiki. I mean, we could go to Lighthouse, right? So we have the Hermit, which is there. Seaside Vacation is the house over there. We can also try to go for more of the Test Drive 1 kills. But I don't know. Extracts. Let's mark shit on the map that we gotta go to. So we need one. Here. So between this and this, right here. Yeah. No, 2. All right. So we have an extremely tall map, and we have to go to the middle and then cross. While there's people that love to sit in these mountains up here and pew pew anything that moves. Gonna be a fun time. Very fun time. that all that I need to do? Oh, no, no, no. Energy crisis. Find and... Oh, fuck. Okay. Tarkov. Energy crisis. What do we got for this one? The good thing is that the game has been out for so long that like the wiki is extremely detailed, right? So it sometimes could be. However, you have people that snipe across along with there is a trio of bosses that have the potential to spawn in the mountains. Which can be a little bit frustrating. We got that. But yeah, on the plus side, like, being able to see that they have detailed maps like this, fucking amazing. Maybe we shouldn't make it green. Let's make them yellow so that they stand out when I'm glancing over. The hard thing is that, well, I mean, I could... Let's do a scav run on Lighthouse first. Just to dip my toes into that map. Yeah, no, like the graphics, while they're not top tier graphics, right? Oh, and I have a Keter. Lovely. The depth that it provides, amazing. Right? It also affects where you spawn, not the missions that you take. So these arrows right here, there's a chance to spawn on any of these arrows, right? And a total of 10 to 12 players can spawn in. At least that's what Map Genie says. Is this single run or multi-run? Well, this is just everything that I have to hit up. Oh, player-wise? It varies. You could come across a group of 5 people. Like, it's all... Whenever you queue in, the people that are searching, and, like, the server that you're on, it's more likely that you'll come across... like a 2 or a 3 man, but sometimes you'll come across a 5 man. Yeah, it can be very bullshit. What do I have? Ooh, shit. I might, well, no, I can make labs access cards. They're not super amazing. I don't know if anything actually spawns there. Oh, what do we get? E310. It's one that we didn't have before. So one of the places that we need to go is right here. So I have to come to this door for one of the quests that I have. Yeah, there's a lot of people that can spawn in the mountains down that way. So which is kind of why it's a bit dangerous. That essentially most everybody is trying to push up to the water plant. Since that's where you find the better loot. Simbi, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, I am a... Ooh, another key. What do we get? West 104? This is just the run of me finding keys. How would I say the weapons are in game? Weapons? Like, there's a very good selection of weapons. Power supply. The customization that you can do is actually pretty crazy. And people have the ability to be insanely fucking accurate with just about whatever weapon they want. Delta Force, I have. It's an okay game. Guess who found where landmines are? Did I just die? Where is the thing for hazards? I didn't think that there was fucking... Oh, there is. Yeah, look at that. I missed that oddly foot-shaped thing right there because it was zoomed out this fucking far. I'm glancing at it on the second monitor. Go me. Yay. Oh, I hate this fucking map. But yeah, Delta Force is okay. Like, I do like how they kind of adopted Tarkov's base building and stuff like that. But the abilities make it kind of frustrating at times. The 40v40. It's fun. It's definitely fun. But like the hard thing too is that it's meant, like, you're meant to do both, right? To do both game modes. And it's like the extraction side, trying to play it solo honestly is a fucking pain. Like, I'm not a fan of doing the extraction mode solo. Like, I absolutely fucking hate it. Because when you have a team of 3 people that's working together that have thought out abilities and kind of like balance their team out, it's a fucking pain. I hate dealing with that, right? You don't think you've touched the extraction? Like, if you don't care about the extraction side of things, it's not as bad, right? But I would like to... oh, fuck. Let's try a lighthouse run. Cool to see me stream. Yeah, I'm on here quite a bit. How you doing? They should do it like Apex, where if one person is picked, they're crossed out for the other players. That would make sense. Like, you can't have multiple of the same people. But even then, right? Like, if you're still going as a solo against a squad, it's a pain. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just working, trying to take more vacations, not go crazy, being stuck on the island. The usual. Yes. Out in Hawaii. Always looking for more excuses to take vacations to the mainland. Did a Christmas trip here for a month back in 2022. It's a nice place to visit, right? You got a tattoo outrageously expensive. Yeah, also, like, depending on where you go. But yeah, no, like a lot of things down here is just insanely expensive. Cost of living, man. Most things need to be flown in and stuff. Even if you want to go visit another island, unless you know somebody that has like a... what is that? Like a fucking boat or something? You gotta take a plane. And even then, I wouldn't want to do a boat. But yeah, man. Like, I'd like to try to do one more trip this year. Though I'd probably go somewhere and work. Just to go visit someplace and just look around and see shit. Actually, no, never mind. It's like fucking December. There's no time for that. Maybe January. That might be a little bit more viable. You went to Kailua and Kona? Wait, do you mean Kailua Kona, which is on another island? Or, because there's Kailua on this island, on Oahu. Kona is on the big island. Depends. It's confusing. Kailua? Yeah. Kailua's pretty close to me. Where have I been to on the mainland? I've been to Cali quite a bit. Vegas. Washington, Ohio, Oregon, Texas, or Tennessee. Like I'm trying to find more excuses to continue to go further and further to the East Coast. So far, I think like what, Ohio's been the farthest east I've been. And then I try to tie it into like gaming events, and so I can claim it under taxes and shit. Like fucking write those trips off at least. Drove from Spokane, Washington to Seattle, then to LAX along the West Coast. Did a whole trip just to go on. See, like, you can't do that down here, right? Like, you can go around the island, and even then, that's probably just fucking a few hours, unless you stop at places, right? You can't do any distance driving. Like when I went to, what is that? When I went to TwitchCon, I spent a week up there, but I had rented a car, drove up to LA to go to Universal Studios, and I spent a day there. And it's like, it was fucking amazing. It was like, there's just so much things that I would love to do. I just have to find the right excuse. People have to travel to go anywhere. Yeah, no, like, it's just fucking long. Like, even more so when you really look at it on a map. Right? Like, you've got Hawaii, right? And then you fucking zoom out some more, and you really just look at the size of Hawaii compared to any fucking state, right? And it's just, there is so much more to do, to see, to visit, right? So Rhode Island, the farthest east that I can go. I haven't taken a trip just to take a trip. I should do that. I should try to plan something out. It's always been, what is that? Tied to me doing something. From island to island and work my way back. The crazy thing is that I could do that. Like, I could do that and work, but then it's like the stream setup, right? It's like, I still want to stream while I'm doing it. So I don't know. All right. Ooh, we are here. Okay. There's shots up in the mountain already. Joe, what's up? This is all keyboard and mouse. That almost looks like a person from far away. I mean, that would be nice, right? The hard thing is that I could get a laptop, but I also know that I would not use it nearly as much as I should. Can you crawl? Yeah. Like, he was close, but he wasn't that close. From where? Somewhere on the other side of the bushes where he could see my face. Sam Keller, what's up? What do we got? 3 run-throughs, 3.11, 332. He's done a lot of scav raids. You lost your other TikTok account? How did that happen? Damn. I don't think we well, we can no longer work on Test Drive 1 for now. We have to hope that the 2 guns come back. I should have let that... I have a really big problem with being impatient. You missed 1 digit of your number when you registered? Damn. It happens, man. Unfortunate, but it happens. Alright. We're good to go again! Woo! Alright, slap that on, slap that on. Do I have... Oh, did I lose them? There's a good chance that I did. Fragman, do you sell? Not yet. Good Times Part 1. Hey, thank you for the GGs and the gold medal. Appreciate it. Kill PMCs while using the M4A1 or the M16. This is just go out, be tank. That. Oh. Take that off, take that off. That. Cannot use a helmet. What M4s do I have? Not a good selection. All right, cool. Let's modify this. We're not going to go too crazy because chances are it's probably not going to end up good for us. Does this give us any... Front sight brings ergo down. We go none on that. Rear sight brings ergo down. We go none on that. Gas block can stay. Let's slap on... Ooh, I can buy Baldur Pros now? Let's go. We're gonna put flashlight just to make things a bit more frustrating for people to see. And yeah, we're not gonna go... Ashers, what's up? Love a bit of suffering in the Norvinsk region. Oh, no, ref. Oh, wait. Does that let me buy parts? Yes. Purchase that. Yeah, we can buy that. Assemble. Yes. That. We will take... I don't want, we're gonna buy a shit rig. You can repeatedly turn it on and off, but I don't think there's an option to actually have it strobe. Since I don't have faith in myself surviving for quite a bit, we're gonna go cheap rig. I'm not even gonna rock a backpack. Since I apparently have way too much fucking Salewas on me. Bandage. Therapist. Calic B. You're waiting for the day that a video game drops that is actually the most realistic for warfare? That's the thing though, right? I don't think... People aren't looking for hyper-realistic. Like, they want realistic up until a certain point. We pack 4. Fuck it. We pack 4. 5, 5, 6, 4, 5. How much M855s do we have? Not a lot. 856s are apparently trash. 856A1. I mean, you've got, like, what is that? You have Tarkov, you have Gray Zone Warfare, right? But even then, it's like those are very limited in scope. Right? Oh, we do have a lot more. Okay. We're off to hobble. Yeah, well, I mean, Tarkov kind of does that in a small sense, but it's like you can fix yourself up, because even then, realistically, well, yes, it makes sense that you would, if your limb gets fucked up, you can't use it, but it's not like it's impossible to patch yourself up and then just keep on moving around like nothing happened, right? So what is it exactly that I am doing in hopes that I'm just not gonna get fucking wrecked? Markov, Scout. Factory, hide everything, spawn, extracts. So we are looking to hit up gate 3. Gate 0. Med tents. Cellar. How's Tarkov doing with me? As a first time throwing myself into PvP and running solo, I am being bullied. Yeah, that's about it. I'm being bullied. Like, a lot of it comes from having the knowledge of maps and stuff, right? And that is what I severely lack. Or having people to run with. And other shit, right? Sounds like an average Tarkov. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I have a group of people that I need to reach out to because they play around the same time that I do. It's just I didn't do it tonight. But yeah, no, like really it's been, for me, it's been a lot of, it's like my first time actually diving into PvP. What is that? The wipe before Nikita did the hardcore, I did PvE to kind of learn the game a little bit more. Got a somewhat good grasp, and then fucking came into PvP and all the players just, like, I'm comfortable on the maps. It's just the paranoia has spiked from attempting to listen to everything and have that knowledge that the other players have. Like, I've been dropped by people that have like a couple hundred hours up to 15,000 hours, right? And yeah, no, it's been, I haven't said fuck this shit, I'm out. I will admit that I have been enjoying PvE off stream. On stream, I only do PvP. So, yeah. It's been a learning experience. I just wish I had like a core group of people that I could be like, all right, fuck it, we're going in, right? Because even when you have just like one person, when you have like just one person with you, it feels like it takes a giant burden off of your shoulders. Keep your head on a swivel. Even with that, you get people just fucking sitting in corners, hiding and shit. I don't know. Like with Arena Breakout, running solo was never a problem for me. But Tarkov, hmm. Guess you forgot to change the full auto. Oh yeah, no, Factory's a stupidly small map. No, it's to my right. Wieners, what's up? I know where he's at. Can I peek? No. Not into where he's at. It also doesn't help that this helmet blocks out some sound too. There's no glint. Well, that's just kind of weird. Do I have to do this in one life? I might not need to. There's someone running around who's hurt. There's a chance that's that's the other last person alive. Well, I kind of have an idea as where he's at. The hard thing is unless he makes a lot of noise, like this helmet blocks a lot of sound for me. Like, my guess is that he's somewhere in that direction. A big thing that I have is that, like, I get to points where I'm like, I really want to complete missions. And it's like, at the same time, it's like, I understand that I have to do PvP, right? But if it's something that I have to survive and extract from the location, from the place as well, it kind of defeats the purpose for me to do all that running around, right? And I kind of pull myself back from going out, engaging and fighting when it's another quest that I need to do. And yeah. Hey, we go to 26. Let's go. And that's just fucking head games, like, that just get stuck in my head. That I need to... I don't care if I lose the gear. If I lose it, I lose it. A big issue, the thing that I don't like, is that there's a lot of missions that I currently have that if I lose the gear, I can't buy it again until I'm higher level. Right? So let's take a look to see if I'm able to purchase the armor and the helmet. Or even an M4. Like, I have a few more, but it's like, if I lose all of them, like, what do I do? Let's take a look. Filter by item. I can't, so this armor that I'm wearing right now, I cannot purchase it again until we get loyalty level 4 with Ref. In order to do that, I need to be level 36, right? So if I lose the armor, like, I don't get it for like another 9 levels. And I can buy the helmet. So, like, this is a lot of things that kind of fucking catch me, right? What's my inventory scale price? You mean like what's the value of stuff that I have? I got no idea. Like, that's always the thing that fucking stops me. Because there's another mission that I have to do, which is Test Drive Part 1. The thing that I need... Let's see. Edit build. Open. Oh, I can buy the... Oh, shit. I actually might be able to... Oh, I can. I can finally build this gun. Like, as of like 2 days ago, like when I lost these guns, I couldn't put another one together. No, this is a M1A. But for the task that I have, it needs a silencer and a specific scope. And the catch to that is that it's locked behind levels. Maybe hating but they broke though. It's not that I'm broke, it's that I can't buy the things that I need. That's the problem. Like, I couldn't buy the Schmidt and Bender PM2 scope and the silencer. Like, I could get the gun, but I couldn't build the gun to the specifications that's needed for the quest, right? So that right now, if I die on factory with this armor, I can't, unless I find this in raid again or off of somebody else, I can't, or like, I'm either hoping that this comes back to me on insurance, or I just have to wait and level up. And that can make things difficult, right? Yeah, so I can put this gun back together now. Like, I can... Okay, I take it back. I can't put the entire gun together. I can't buy the scope until level 40. So, yeah. That makes things a little bit difficult, right? So luckily I think I have another one. I take it back, I don't have another one. So the Test Drive 1 quest, I just can't fucking work on. Actually, no, do I have? Is this? No, that's a Tango. I might have one of those scopes. Test Drive 8x24. Nope. Yeah. Oh, wait. Is that? No, it's a Tango. Yeah. So I'm just praying that it comes back to me, because now I can't do anything on that. So and there's a good chance that because a lot of other people are working on that same quest, they strip the parts, right? They're not like, oh, he's gonna need it, I'm gonna leave it so it goes back to him. Don't work like that. Anyways, it is 1 in the morning. I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. Tomorrow we're gonna do more Metroid Prime 4. We'll do probably about an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then we roll back into Tarkov, continuing to try to not die, find friends to play this with me, and drag them into misery, and slowly push for Kappa. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I will see y'all later. I'm out. Goodbye.